think there's any way to disambiguate it aside from that. Sure, but I could argue that I'm close. So it's like, oh, what do you Yeah. Yes. Oh, and this will be the first and third next. Yeah, I think this is B and D. I know. Those are going to be on the Sure. Of course. Yeah. Got this. 20 seconds each. To the Piper. Oh my god. Hello and welcome to Plainfield Curling Club here on this very balmy Sunday, both inside and out. If you're watching online or if you're someone that's on the ice now watching a replay later, you've made the right decision because it's very warm here. So wherever you are with air conditioning or outside or on ice temperatures, congratulations again. Good call. Hello everyone. I am the most common voice here on Plainfield Curling Club in our live streams. I'm John Gephardt. This is my home club. We are a two-sheet club in New Jersey with over 200 members, so our ice is in use quite a bit. And you have joined us, as you know, for our B and D event finals. So over on sheet one, we've got the B event finals. Got John Baird skipping against Lee Walker. And over on sheet two, my voice is attached to both of these streams. We've got Mark Mooney skipping against Barry Klein. Should be good games on both sheets. We've had great ice this weekend. Thank you to our ice makers. Thank you to our volunteers. John and Karen DeYoung have been running this spiel for many years. They are sticking around to pass that torch to Bob Harbold, who's going to be taking it over. It's always nice when these change hands and our existing coordinators are able to provide some guidance and heavy documentation. So thank you to everybody that is our ice makers and everybody that work the kitchen, openers and closers. Much appreciated. That is the spirit of curling, and that is how these volunteer clubs operate and stick around. So as we get into the action here, over on sheet one, John Baird's looking for a hit from John Wiedemann on this open yellow rock in the top 4 foot. Rock's underway. I hear a yup from Don, so they're going to be on it. We've had some different temperatures. I think yesterday it was running really keen. Nice shot. A little bit of a jam in the back, but that's only going to hang on for a biter in the back there. We'll see if that counts in the long run. Over on sheet two, Barry is looking for a hit from his vice Nick. Possibly the double if they can get it. You might also opt for an inside roll here. I'm not sure if you would be shot. The roll would have to be really great. I think you probably look for the hit. I'm hearing let it curl. Looks like they are looking for maybe the roll. All right. So a good hit by Nick there. It is going to protect Mark Mooney's redstone in the back 8, but it is open for a future promote on that yellow, and Mark knows it, so he's going to close that up. Asking for a guard here in that same 4 foot line over on sheet 2. Patty Coburn in the hack. I play in my competitive Monday night team for the last couple of years with both Patty and Mark, so probably know where my rooting interests are generally. I should be up front with that. Patty throws a really good guard, so my default, yeah, that's true. I'm hearing from the Peanut Gallery that, come on, John, you root for everyone, and I kind of do. Great guard from Patty Coburn here. So let's see what Barry wants to do. He could try to maybe tap up that center yellow guard, but he doesn't really have a great look at it. The weight would have to be absolutely perfect, so he's going to make the right call, and he's going to just try to draw under. I just came off playing on this sheet on the line that Barry is setting down, and there's quite a bit of curl. So a broom like that, you could still at least get onto the button, if not even across the center line in some cases. So the shot's definitely there. My alarm just went off to check my fantasy football team. I will do so. Barry's team's rock is underway. Nick. Oh, it's a little heavy. The line was great, though. It's early ends. I mean, everyone's still figuring out the speed. I mean, really nice line on that one. Mark's going to say, you know what? Why don't we close the door over here, too? I think Mark's going to probably throw a 3-guard, maybe sit right on top of the 4-foot line. Patty taps that spot. Mark says it's also all right if we overlap this yellow. I think Mark's considering that Barry might try to tap that center yellow up like I mentioned earlier, but I think when Mark gets in the hack down here, he's going to realize that's not too necessary. So we're just looking for a guard over again on sheet 2. We're trying to block that that right 4-foot line. It's our D event final. Over in sheet 1, we got a rock coming in. Attempted a double. They didn't quite get both pieces, but you got to be happy with tapping the one red out there. Mark, back to sheet 2. Mark Mooney is trying to throw this guard, which tells me he probably doesn't have hammer. Yep, I'm looking at the rocks there. They do not have hammer. It looks like it is yellow hammer over on sheet 2. Again, they're just trying to set a guard here. The depth doesn't really matter as much as just trying to close this line. It's really cutting in a little hard on them, though. They're going to love if they get this rub. That's great. Leave it high. Good shot. Nicely called by Petty Coburn. Well swept. I think they would extend their gratitude to Emily DeYoung for stepping in on the final here. Their 4th member was unable to make it. I think might have come down with a little cold or something. Emily said, well, I got my gear in the car. And he said, yes, please, thank you. So Emily just hustled and put her shoes on and headed out to the ice. Over on sheet 1, Don Baird's walking back to throw a rock here. I'm trying to figure out who has hammer once the sweepers move a little bit. Back sheet 2, Barry is looking for the long slash on a double here. You can try the run back on that new red guard. Kind of shows you, too, how the value is to leave that red guard high rather than trying to sneak down and be second shot. The higher you leave it, the harder you make this shot for Barry, angles-wise. Got my phone in my hand. I guess I should actually look at this fantasy team. I know everyone's excited about that. All right, and we're good. If anyone's watching online live and wants to tell me how my voice sounds, as far as volume, timbre, bass, treble, all that good stuff. But mostly just volume. I'd love to know. I think we've got it dialed in. We've got a good bit of background noise. I apologize for that. I might try to get rid of that at some point. That's pretty great. Oh, it's going to jam, though. Over on sheet 2. That was a nice raise. I think Mark's going to make sure that... Mark's going to throw the same shot, I bet. He might get greedy and in off, but it's early. I think he's going to take his one on the steal. So, yeah, same thought here. They just want like a 3-4 guard, just right on top of that 4-foot line, just prevent the draw. I think Mark would probably be happy to let Barry try to raise on his shooter that he just left. Over on sheet 1, looks like a red sitting behind a good bit of cover, and yellow is going to be trying an angle raise with their yellow H-rock. I think the one thing, well, I was going to say the one thing yellow wants to do here on sheet 1 is make sure they don't open this port completely wide open, but really it's not a huge concern because both sides are open for Don's hammer draw. Let's see what they do, though. Maybe they might make this race. Back sheet 2 again. Mooney's trying to throw a guard here. This thing's cutting like the last. I think this will be nice. They might get, well, they don't have to get greedy. It's already going to be second shot. They probably don't love that it's behind T. You can see Nick is already pointing it out. I'd love to come down and just sit right on top of it. So, opportunities there. And both skips have now seen that line and how much it curls. And they probably were watching each other because they're all pretty experienced players, so. Oh, I think Barry's asking Nick, you know, is there a line here where I can throw enough weight, get by that top yellow guard, and spray both of these red rocks out? Is that possible? Because then I could possibly take 4. The tough part, I think, is going to be the fact that you're trying to score those biters, the yellow biters, and there's 2 of them. Which means that both those red rocks that are currently sitting on and behind the 4-foot, both of them would have to move completely out of the house. And that's going to be a challenge. I don't see an angle here where the shot rock doesn't jam onto the back red with weight. But I like to try. The risk is giving up 2 rather than taking the draw here. But, you know, anytime, especially in a final, if you can somehow get a really healthy first end, like Yellow's going to attempt here, so, you know, very often you go for it. It's going to be exciting. I mean, it's a much more exciting shot for everybody here at home to enjoy. Barry Klein in the hack. Nick's yelling on for sweepers. Right off. Oh, that's usually a good sign. Oh, no. Okay. Any bonus roll? It looks like both these teams are going to have to deal with that line that they've thrown the last couple rocks on. Really digging today. That's different than yesterday. All right, and our score over on sheet 1, it looks like Don was successful. He was able to draw into the back 4. They're going to put a 2 on the board if they haven't already. So over on sheet 1, red team, Don Baird is up over Lee Walker after 1 end. And over on sheet 2, Mark Mooney, also the Redstones, also up 2 after our first end. Clean sheets on both sides. If anyone's looking for curling gear, we've got Gary with the Brooms Up truck here at Plainfield in our parking lot for a couple more hours. I have a new pair of custom Nike Metcons that I'm really happy with. I sent them out to Craig's Curling Supply. I recommend it. He did a great job on them. And I decided I'd pick up a couple more double XL grippers while Gary's here. Here in the Northeast, we don't get a ton of opportunity to see curling gear in person. I think there's only about 25,000 or so U.S. curlers. Northeast is spread a little wide and far between. So it's really nice that Gary drives his giant truck. It's with all the gear that you can think of. He's got boxes of shoes on both sides. He's got a changing room. He's got all the brush heads and gloves that you can desire. Pants, tops, buttons, probably, I don't know, some kind of necklace or jewelry. I'm going to keep padding while we watch a couple of rocks come into play. We got a guard up on both sides. We got a come around attempt on both sides. And on both of our sheets, that come around's going to be a touch wide. I think we might have had a flipped handle on sheet 1. I just came off the ice from the third event semifinals. And I throw a pretty weak handle. And this ice is definitely punishing that today. So we saw probably, I don't know, 8 or 10 handles slip in the course of rock being in motion today versus yesterday. I don't know about you guys out there, but I always try to pick one goal to improve in my game. This year's goal is definitely to try to find some kind of handle consistency. I think the target is about 2-3 rotations in full. I think on a good day I probably throw about 1 rotation. But it's a lot like, you know, golf or any other sport. You know, you start messing with your form and all the different 18 variables or whatever that go into a shot, and you can break other parts of your game. So slow and steady. both teams were able to get a draw into the house, not really behind cover. But again, early ends, they're figuring out all these lines and all the weight. Over on sheet 2, looks like yellow was looking for a come around behind that center guard. A little firm. It's going to drift to the back of the house, and Mark is going to get that out. There it goes. Meanwhile, our head ice maker this year, Kevin Polly, taking over the reins from John Willman on sheet 1. Letting a rock go. I think he's also been asked for a come around. This is also just a touch heavy. That's going to... Is it going to stick around? No, it's going to go out. Man, these two sheets are really mirroring each other right now. I think both skips are asking for another come around. Over on sheet 2, that rock is going to be touch wide, touch heavy. So you know that what my guess is going to be over here on sheet 1. It's the same question, but is it also going to be a touch wide and a touch heavy, like we've seen on the last 3 rocks between the two sheets? At some point, we're probably going to see a second guard on one of these sheets, right? Well, feeling like a prophet a bit because that was a little wide and a little heavy. Don Baird is going to make the classic Don Baird call. If there's one guard up, he's going to try to beat you to the come around, sit in the top 4. He will continue that strategy. It works for him. I think Don's probably in the finals of pretty much all of our events here at Plainfield. I think Don plays in like 4 or 5 leagues during regular league play. Also, a big thank you to Don Baird. Our ice shed is named after Don Baird for his many, many years as head ice maker. Did before my time here at Plainfield, but he's really great to play for. I really enjoy icing for Don especially. So good weight. It seems like red is dialing the weight on sheet 1. Their come around draw is getting a little better each time. That one sat top 4 really nicely, but open. And Lee says, well, I might not get a second look at this thing. I better try to hit it. Especially since Lee has hammer with yellow on sheet 1. Rocks away, it's going to get a piece of the red and drive them both out. That's fine. And I'm just going to guess that Don is going to say, let's come around that center guard one more time. Did I guess correctly? I did. Over on sheet 2, a couple yellow rocks. They're behind T, though. I think this call is, again, probably top 8, top 4, behind that really nice center guard, the red set up. It's probably Emily DeYoung's. That's going to be a touch heavy. Is Mark Mooney going to get this out the back? I think it's going to hang out just a little bit. Oh, he did get it out. Nice counter sweep. Mark's going to hit this yellow rock if I know Mark Mooney. I think he and Barry are discussing if that rock goes out of play, and it does, because it looks from here like that definitely passes the back line fully. But we do have a different camera angle, so they might have stood over it and said that it's still in play. The fact they haven't kicked it off tells me that it must still be touching part of that back line when you stand over top. And as I guessed, Mark is going to ask Patty Coburn on sheet 2 to go ahead and run this back. Patty's red rock is underway. This is the red 5, I believe. Got a takeout coming on both sheets, so I'm going to start with sheet 2. Let's see how it goes. Not quite both, but a pretty good roll. Maybe a quarter covered from the right hack. Some cover's better than no cover. Sheet 1, we had a nice little hit there too. I'm going to go look at the replay and see where that rock was initially. Yeah, or not. Sheet 2, Barry Klein is asking for a takeout from Nick, his vice. They would love to get an inside roll here, but I think that they would be happy to make sure that this red spills out. Hearing hurry from Barry, so they're going to try to hold this line the best that they can. Hearing a whoa. I think that's pretty nice. I think the shooter's going to spill a bit. Not too badly. Nice shot by Nick. Not the roll they wanted, but again, the important part is making the first part, which is the takeout. See if your opponent misses. Over on sheet 1, Lee Walker is looking to take out this dangerous red rock that's sitting in the top 12. Possible bump target. It's also closing down some of his rings for his hammer. His Vice's stone is underway. Miss the top one, but it's going to find the back one. Nice on nose. Good throw. Patty Coburn's takeout on sheet 2 was successful. They're able to limit the roll just enough to be sitting shot rock. Barry lets his team know that, hey, this red rock over here on the left is shot rock. Would you rather hit or would you rather draw? And from this broom, it could really be either, but I think they're electing to draw. Especially with a hammer, they want to make sure they get multiples, but Barry could always address that rock in the 12 foot with hammer if he gets the opportunity. Don Baird is heading back to throw his red 7 rock. Judging by John Wiedemann's broom, might be guarding. This might be a tap. Probably happy with either. On sheet 1, this is just a little hot from Barry on his first, I guess on Nick's draw attempt. Mark's going to decide, am I going to get rid of this yellow stone or am I going to draw under? I know Mark, he's going to draw under. Yep. We're wondering what we can put on our sheet 1 warm room glass to keep it from fogging up. I'm going to recommend you don't put Rain-X on there because I tried that at home and it took me, at least 8 applications of various degreasers to get that off because it just left nothing but a permanent fog. Yeah, it was really bad. If we had a fan we could point at that glass, I'd probably do the most. Over on sheet 1. Don with a nice weight on that little tap back, driving the yellow rock out of play and sitting 2. Mark Mooney with his rock underway. Again, he's trying to draw under center on sheet 2, under that center guard. Patty Coburn's yelling hard. It's going to be short. He's going to leave a guard. Patty Coburn got on that early, I think, with the thought process of let's widen these guards out. It's the right move. They're covering a little bit more of the 4 foot. I guess they're covering like the 3 foot, if you want to call it that. For sheet 1, Lee Walker's heading back to throw his yellow 7 rock here in the second end. I think this is going to be a draw from Lee. He might be throwing just like a heavy draw, maybe to bump that red rock out. It's a good line to throw because that way, if you're heavy, you can have the backing on that back red on sheet 1. But if you drew underneath the the top red, that would be the ideal shot here. Lee Walker has got his rock away. Again, I'm not sure what the A-shot call is, but it's probably a draw with a heavy draw option. Over on sheet 2, Barry is also throwing his yellow 7 rock. Teams are both trying to draw under now, especially if they've got the wider guards. Nice shot from Lee Walker on sheet 1. Looks like he got the heavy draw, practically on nose. Enough to sit shot rock. So John Wiedemann is calling down to Don Baird. What would you rather do? Would you rather hit or draw under? We're only sitting second shot. And we know that our opponent has hammer, and To me, that answer means let's get rid of that shot rock in the back 8 foot. Let's see what Don likes. I'm going to guess that's the call, especially with this broom. Barry's rock was a little light. He widened out the guards. But again, I mean, both skips were only throwing their 3rd rock over on sheet 2. So they're both going to figure the weight out. They're both pretty good draws. Don Baird's rock is coming in. John Wiedemann is going to go ahead and try to draw this down. I like the angle that he left. Really sets up a jam. I think Lee's probably going to go for 2 here. You just want to hit that red just on the outside of nose. Make sure you don't jam. At the same time, you really want to get your 2 here. Even that up. Mark Mooney on sheet 2 is throwing his last rock of the end. And again, both skips are just trying to get behind that wide guard path that's covering the 4 foot. I'm hearing a lot of yups all the way. You want to be at least sitting shot even if you're open. I don't know if that's... No, that's not going to quite get there. Those skips need to bring their weight up a bit, but again, they've only thrown 4 rocks. Barry's going to have the same challenge here. Actually, Barry might elect to take out. I think with that broom, it probably is the takeout. So in both cases, our skips with the steel on both sheets 1 and 2 are about to throw their hammers. In both cases, their opponents are sitting 1, and the hammer team is sitting a 2nd shot. Both teams are going to try to roughly nose hit. We're going to see Lee Walker's first on sheet 1. Again, he wants to hit a little on the outside of nose so he doesn't jam on his own rock. Ooh. Did he get this? It's going to spill the shooter. But he ensured that he got 1 point. So that's a solid outing. Good sweep by John Wiedemann there. Make sure that his opponent didn't get 2. Vices are going to take 1 look, and they're going to say, yep, that was just 1 yellow on sheet 1. Over on sheet 2, Barry Klein is also trying to take out and stick around. He gets the nice angle. He gets a good roll in, dishes all the speed. Sits 2. So we got a tie ball game over on sheet 2, our D event final. And we've got a 1-point game over on sheet 1. Lee Walker's team is going to throw first. So, pretty even match here. I don't really see a huge advantage from either side as far as makes, but both of them earn their way into this D event final, and I think both teams are generally throwing pretty pro side, at least in that last end. I think we're going to see a guard, bone sheets 1 and 2. Lead Susan is letting her rock go. Interesting to see if either of these skips opt to call their first rock in at any point in this game. I'm going to bet no. Once you get to a finals, you usually have pretty well-rounded players from all 4 positions, and they can usually hit. So, but that's the fun of curling too. Is you're not only making adjustments and estimates and conversations during every shot, but you're also trying to size up your opposition on a very limited number of throws. You might find out that one of their players can't hit. You start drawing stuff in. You might figure out that they love to hit, so you got to set up a junk game in the front, try to tap late. I think Don is going to... It's a classic Don Baird call, and I think he's probably saying, let's come around this this first rock guard. Based on the sweeper positions, okay, that's a little short, but it was also going to make contact. That's a nice outcome for red on sheet 1. They didn't throw it through, and they didn't cover up too much of the path by dragging their rock over on top of that yellow at least. Over on sheet 2, it looks like Mark's team's draw attempt was a bit heavy. Not what I would call cover. Let's see what Susan's doing here. I bet she's also drawing probably top 4. Everybody's going to try to bury behind their respective center guards, but at least on sheet 2, they get some backing if it's heavy. Barry's coming out to help. I guess this is the touch light. It's going to find paint. It is. I mean, this is going to be a nice rock. It's going to be at least in the 8 foot a bit. Okay, not quite. In sheet 1, I think we had another come around attempt. Again, those are just cutting so hard. Got a little contact in the guards and really spread them out. So we're going to have a much different end on sheet 1 after that contact. We got 3 guards that people are going to start playing around. More fun for us. Front sheet 2, Emily DeYoung's rock is away. Looks like Mark is asking for an 8 foot centerline draw. Sweepers are on it furiously. It's going to be a touch short. They're going to get about a 2 guard out of this. I guess a pretty solid 3 guard. All right, they dragged it. They didn't really completely bury that that yellow rock that's in there. Barry says, you know what? Let's go for the jugular here. I love to draw around this pile over on sheet 2. Lee Walker on sheet 1 is asking for the same. Basically, either skip on both these sheets that gets a center line top 4 buried is going to put the pressure on their opponent for the rest of the end. Sheet 1, this rock's looking good. They're going to be shot rock. Are they going to be able to bury it behind center? They're dragging it pretty well. It's about probably half open if you're looking down the hack, if I had to guess, as a righty. Patty Coburn's thrown this before. Mark Mooney's probably saying, you know, give me hack weight. Oh, give me T weight, he's saying. He just wants to see if he can cross the face of this thing, kick the yellow out to the side, deal with it later. I'd say if I was Patty, I'd make sure that no, I'd try throw T weight. Oh, and it's not Patty's rock, so there's that. Mark's holding him off. He's got his arm out, I think just telling us that it's a touch applied. Oh, now interesting decision on sheet 2. Is it going to kiss? You don't want to kiss. Don't kiss. Don't kiss. Don't kiss. Oh. They kissed it. I think at least take it behind T. I try to get about 100 games of curling in a year, and there's a fair number of games, I think, that where an end or two will swing on whether or not an opposing skip will make the quick judgment call and commitment to making sure they don't kiss our rock in versus just waiting and seeing what happens. You can imagine, by the way that I described that I am firmly in the camp of never risked kissing your opponent rock under cover. I will happily sweep the heck out of our rock to make sure that it misses our opponents. We've had a couple this weekend, I think, where our teams had a fortunate kiss by an opposing rock. Over on sheet 1, looks like we're going to get another guard. So we're going to have 5 guards in this pile. Over on sheet 2, we've got a lot of good sweeping. That's a nice stone. And he's going to be sitting out there for Red's 4 rock as it's going to come in. Mark's probably going to call this hit. He'd love the double, but could be a big ask. There's some jam opportunity on that back red on sheet 2, but we'll see. Got an upweight rock from sheet 1 from Kevin Polly as he tries to clear out. Don says, you know, I've had enough of these 5 guards. I do have hammer. I want to lane at the end of this thing. He's going to take his own red off. Does open some stuff. Mark Mooney on sheet 2 is yelling hard line here on this takeout attempt. And they keep it by the guard. They do. Good shot. So over on sheet 2, yellow is sitting quite well buried, but behind T-line for 1, but they're getting surrounded by red rocks, and it is red hammer. Red is sitting 2, 3, and 4, we like to say. Barry's rightfully concerned about that and says, you know what, I don't want them tapping up that shooter that they just threw. Let's see if we can get in front of it. Let's put a guard up. So a couple options here. I mean, Barry could opt to guard this. I kind of like the hit and roll, frankly, on the red rock closest to Barry's broom on the right side there. You know what? This might be Nick calling Barry down to take a look from the other side. Oh, no, no. Barry's coming out to sweep. I see. That was. That's going to be a guard. It's not really going to block either path. I think Mark could still call the bump on that red if he wanted to. Mark knows he has hammer and that he has to get to that yellow rock in the back four. So I think he's going to wisely use his vice stones to clear the path. So really Mark right here is just looking for nose to off nose. He would love to clear the red rock closest to his broom. He'd love to bring that red rock into the yellow rock, get rid of two guards. He doesn't want to leave the shooter. There's not many angles where you don't accidentally keep the shooter here, but at least, you know, spending one to clear two, especially early enough on your vice stones. We're going to get exactly that. There it is. Barry's going to either decide to bring another one in the forefoot, or he's going to say, you know, how does this look from down there when you're standing in the hack? Do you think that you could get to our yellow rock? Should we worry about it? I think the other question Nick's probably yelling down is, would you want to hit and roll on that red rock? Barry's going to elect to prevent a long run back hit on Patty Coburn's next stone. Good. I like that, especially if it sits off center. Nick is away with his guard. Again, they just want to block the red guard right now. They'd actually love to sit on the outside forefoot, which gives a little bit more edge protection on their shot rock. What you don't want to do here is let this yellow rock freeze exactly on nose of red. That's not going to be a problem. Looks like it's wide, so Barry's just electing to bring this in, and I like this call. It's a good call. So with that rock, Barry at least he's sitting, I don't know, he's sitting either fourth or fifth stone. Mark's going to call a hit on his own stone. It's kind of a raise hit. And there's a couple nice things about making this call. You know, perfect world, you actually run it all the way back to the back forefoot shot rock. But even if you just clear up Barry's last stone, it's still nice. And even if you just catch an edge of your red and open it, that's also nice. So three good. Oh, okay. That was close. Not quite. So you got to commit to that shot. The only downside again is that you're going to hit it so close to nose if you go for that that back yellow that you're going to end up leaving your shooter as. But I think that was close enough that I would definitely commit to it too. And if red had made that shot, it would be huge because they're sitting hammer and they'd be sitting at least 3, maybe 4. So Barry's probably thinking about, you know, I guess right now there's a port. There's a port right to shot rock. So no matter what else Barry wants to do, he's got to close that port. You can't let Mark have an open look at his only shot rock there in the back four. Over on sheet 1, sorry I've been neglecting it, but we've got a lot of rocks in play from yellow. John's going to walk down and throw his red rock here. Looks like a pretty nice house from yellow on sheet 1. Certainly double if you hit the more center 8-foot stone right on nose. Might be a way to get all 3 out, frankly, if you slash the one closest to the center line on sheet 1 with like peel weight, but I don't think you try it. I think you just try a double. You can go over the top or you can come underneath. A lot of good options. They're right next to each other. Barry's going to skate. Barry has let his rock go. Again, he's going to try to block this 4-foot. Nick is showing us where it's going to go. He's going to get a nice little roll off this red. It's going to drift over right in the path. A nice guard. That changes Mark's options quite a bit. I think what Mark's going to do is probably run his own red right there that he just swept. And he's going to try the yellow double. He might also just run his red straight back to clear it out a bit. Actually, Mark could run this over the top, and that way the shooter also spills, clearing out two different rocks and the shooter. Let's see what they like. Do they think the double is there? Again, if he hits it right around where his broom is. Broom I'm seeing on sheet 2 tells me that they're going for the double. They're going to go raise double here. But if Mark is wide and he hits basically where Patty's broom is now, he could potentially spill his shooter, spill the red towards center line, and spill the yellow 8-foot biter out. A couple good options here. It's going to be hard to get to for Mark's rock to hit that rock in the back, the shot rock in the back four here. But if he makes it, it's huge. Over on sheet 1, I guess Don's takeout was unsuccessful. Yellow, Lee Walker says, you know, I do not want to give Don a second look at this. Lee's going to walk down with his yellow 8 rock, and he's going to try to plug up this center line. I think you want it just on the left side of center, maybe just touching the edge of center line. For sheet 1, I'm hearing a lot of yups and yells. Looks pretty nice. Did they get it? Oh, no, but we got the first option that I was talking about where, you know, the shooter spills out, you dump the yellow, you make a huge pass. So puts pressure on Barry here to make sure that he covers this up. It's not the easiest rock, though. I mean, Barry's guard in the left forefoot is, from the hack, is probably almost fully covering that shot rock. But there's enough curl on that side of the ice that if Mark was to throw like a backline weight, get about a third of the yellow shot rock, so I'll probably still drive it out to at least like full 12. We'll see what happens here. Barry definitely just wants to set a guard. What Barry can't afford to do here, and that's one thing I always think of as a player, if things are looking okay for you, which technically they are, the next thought that you want to have is, what can I not afford to move? And what Barry cannot afford to do right now is accidentally tick his center guard off. I mean, or tick his vice or sweepers off, because he needs them to play for him, but that was just a terrible joke. Over in sheet 1, Lee Walker set a really nice guard right on the center line, forcing Don's hand for a draw. Oh, sweeper's got to get on this. That's really nice, though. Oh, my, what a swing. You can maybe hear the peanut gallery in the back. I hear a bell ringing. That was a 4-point rock by Don there. He was looking at giving up a steal of 3, but instead he was able to sneak right down the port. Best rock. Great shot. We still have some discussions here over on sheet 2. It's a very important. Oh, no, we don't. I apologize. The rock was thrown by Barry. He did cover up another inch or 2 of path to his shooter. Mark is thinking, you know what? I need to make sure I have enough weight to drive this out so I can count all my 8-foot biters here. And I guess Mark is figuring, like, I can't throw a perfect weight where it'll actually come around both those yellow guards on the left side and also find the shot rock and drive it out. So what Mark's going to do instead is an angle raise. Worst case, he gives up 1. It's not the worst thing. Best case, he takes 6. Definitely a shot to try. So Mark and his vice, Patty Coburn, they are discussing, you know, what's our best, how do we think this line's going to go, et cetera, et cetera. But they're definitely going to try this angle raise. So right now they're discussing, okay, where is the ideal contact point? What you can do is you can kind of stand in the line between the rock you're hitting and the rock that you're trying to hit. You can figure out what the contact point should be angle-wise. And then I always try to memorize, is it like an inch off of one of the numerals printed on the edge of the rock? Something that I can do advice to kind of memorize what the ideal is. And sometimes you can't afford to hit it, you know, wide or narrow, so you can remember also to use that metric. It's a big shot. Neither skip really knows what this line does, though, so it's early. It's a third down. It's the shot to take. This is going to be a big rock here on sheet 2. We got hammer. Yellow's sitting for a steal of 1 right now in a tie game in the third end. But Mark Mooney is shining his rock up. He's getting ready to throw a, I mean, I'm going to be fair. It's a low percentage raise. It's like 7 feet. But if he can find shot rock here, it's going to be big. It's got the weight. I'm hearing a lot of woes. I hear close, off. No. All right. Again, low percentage. Over on sheet 1, we got a really nice takeout coming for nose. Nicely thrown. Nice job by Bev Wiedemann. So after 3 ends on sheet 2, Barry Klein is able to steal 1. Making the score 3-2 yellow. Red hammer going to the 4th end. And over on sheet 1, we are also in the 4th end. Just getting started. Really nice nose takeout behind cover from Bev Wiedemann. Linda Doppler is going to try to repeat that. They just want to make sure they get by the guard. I think with Linda's release, it was at least wide enough that they're not going to hit the guard. We'll see what it does from there. It's looking pretty great. A little outside roll. Great hit. Keeping the shooter. Pressure on your opponent. Covering the pin. Don's going to ask Kevin Polley to come down and hit this rock out. Possibly roll over under cover. It's a big roll, though. You mostly want to make sure you get this hit. Some discussions on sheet 2 after their sweep. Really nice guard there thrown from Susan. Kevin Polley's rock is away for this takeout attempt. That looks narrow to me. I feel like the sweepers are going to be on it. Let's see if I'm correct on that guess. Sweepers are on it. Can they get a piece? It was narrow. Are they going to get anything? Oh, papered it. Just barely. So, over on sheet 1, pretty sure Lee Walker's going to call center guard. Biter's okay. You really just want to make sure you cover this line. Oh, Lee's going to elect to call an undercover instead. Interesting. Lee does have hammer, though, so he's trying to set up multiples. I'm a fan of protecting that. I mean, you got to rock on the pin. I like protecting it personally, but different schools of thought. And, you know, I think the second best option is definitely draw undercover and start setting up your multiples. I hate giving up a great rock, though. This is all there. Just going to stick around in the back. Yeah, it looks just like back 8, back 12. Back 12 full. Okay. It does give red some backing later, but when you've hammered, another rock in is your friend, especially when it's not too close. Sometimes the outside 12s are your buddy. Over on sheet 2, looks like we had a nice draw from yellow. Mark Mooney's asking Emily DeYoung to come and sit on it at an angle, and I'm sure he set up little bumps okay in his usual vernacular. On sheet 1, oh man, they papered it again for red. That is a bummer for them. So both Kevin Polley's rocks were just touch narrow. Weight was good though. I'm looking over at sheet 2, and I saw Emily DeYoung just kind of give a shake-off motion with her head. She's shaking her head no. She's not too thrilled with this shot. It is heavy. Barry's going to get rid of this. Both teams, again, still early. Still figuring out the weight. You don't throw many stones in curling. Over on sheet 1, Lee has asked his second to try to probably put this guard up, most likely. I feel like it's probably wide and light, though. Oh, that's going to be a hog rock. That's tough. Don's going to say, you know what? Let's take a third crack at this center. Let's see if he gives a little bit more brush to John Wiedemann. He's going to give the standard amount. Probably wouldn't hurt to give him a touch more, but I'm certainly not going to outguess Don. He probably knows John's release. Oh, that does look like it was maybe a touch narrow too. We might see a third papered guard, or a third papered hit here on sheet 1. We're in sheet 2. We got a nice guard set up. Mark's going to have to clear that out. Oh my gosh! I got to go watch a replay on sheet 1 because they just got a double out of that. Beautiful rock from John Wiedemann. Yeah, here's the replay here. If you want to watch it with me, Bill, because I didn't see it. Oh, they got the skinny double. Oh, real skinny. Oh, wow. That's hard to call in. That's a great outcome. Good throw by John Wiedemann. We're in sheet 2. We got a red rock trying to clear the guard. It's going to clear. It's not going to drive it out of the house, though. But it is sitting third shot after contact, so that's okay. It's acceptable. Bill, could I bug you to grab me a polar seltzer on my card? Yeah, please. Throw it on my card. Thank you. I've had about, I don't know, probably 12 lime polar seltzers this weekend. Over in sheet 1, John Wiedemann's letting another rock go. Yell was able to put its rock back. John's going to get a nice piece of it. Roll out. But with 2 rocks, John was able to clear out 3 yellows. Got to be happy with that. Over on sheet 2, they're trying to set this center guard back up. It's looking pretty nice. Good shot. Port is there. It's very narrow. Let's see if Mark wants to go for it. He's probably going to call it because he's going to tell his team, you know, if you tick either one of these guards away, I'm happy with it too. Over on sheet 1, Lee Walker's Vice is letting a rock go. It's probably a draw underneath this guard. If it's heavy, they can go ahead and bump that red out the back, but they don't need to. Looks like we are going to get the draw. The sweepers need to be on this. They need to be on this. Need to be on the paint. Needs to get paint. They got paint. They're not shot, but we can worry about that later. Thank you very much, Bill. Appreciate it. Over on sheet 2, we're going to get that guard clear that we talked about. You want to spill the shooter? Oh, that's a tough spot to leave the shooter, though. Mark's going to get rid of that rock, though. It's not like they drove it in for second shot. But it is hard to leave the shooter there, because that does Barry's job for him. Barry's probably going to elect to put another one in the 4-foot. Or even top 8. Barry might also try to close the door from that side. Yeah, he's going to go top 8. That's what he's tapping for now. On sheet 1, Don Baird is walking back to throw his first rock. Marianne Vermeulen says to put my next dozen seltzers on her card. Thank you. Oh, it's so warm, Marianne. Nick Oakley's rock is away on sheet 2. Again, they're going to try to draw a top 8. They're really happy with, I mean, top 4, top 8 would be great. And really short's fine here on sheet 2 for yellow, just closing this door and protecting the shot rock. Are they by? Oh, they're by. It's going to be heavy. It's going to miss this red one. Hit it. Oh, almost enough. Red still second shot, just very precariously. What's Mark want to do here? I mean, he still has a rock from Patty. And I mean, the smart money is always to clear this out. The more that I curl, I've got a couple firm beliefs, at least at the league level that I play at. One is that teams rarely spend like their 5th and 6th rocks to clear a center guard to make sure that their skip has a hammer path. They always seem to do that a little bit late. I even like using my 4th rock that way sometimes, even though you're not going to get any other value out other than clears. But it prevents you from being behind the 8 ball. The other thing I can't stand is corner guards, because I can talk about that until I'm blue in the face. That's a good shot by Patty Coburn, clearing the guard just as they wanted. It's actually better to clear that guard like the outcome they got than try to do like a, you know, 12, 14-foot run back, because you're not going to get the run back. I mean, the angle's so thin. And if you go for the run back, then you're definitely going to leave the shooter, and that negates the whole point of using that rock. So they went for the right A shot there for Team Mooney on sheet 2. They cleared out the guard. Good shot by Petty Coburn. Over on sheet 1. Hi. What? They can. Yeah. They can hear me on both sheets. Yeah. I love your Pizza Ninja shirt. Yeah. No. He was asking if people. Oh no, they can hear me on the web streams on YouTube. And of course, my Pizza Ninja shirt. I was talking about Bob Harbold. You should see the mask that he's wearing. He's got Wolverine claws on. He's got extremely oversized boots. They must be like a size 17. I'm not sure why he's wearing them, but it's so hot in here. Bob, this is a strange outfit choice today. I love your new blue hair, though. I think it works on you. And the ski goggles are a nice touch. None of that, of course, is true. Over on sheet 1. Oh, they were trying to hold that hit. Instead, they got the accidental bump. That's a case where you do try to hold that. I mean, I know I said earlier you don't want to kiss your opponent, but, you know, kiss your opponent's stone, that is. It's probably kind of flagrant to kiss your opponent most of the time in curling, or sports in general. General acquaintances in life. But yeah, you want to avoid kissing their stone in behind cover. But when you have that much weight and you're trying to go for a hit, you know, yeah, stay on it. Sometimes even if you get an eighth of a stone, you can move a rock quite a bit. Over on sheet 2, Barry is setting up. Barry's team is sitting 1. He's probably going to try to close the other side of the 4-foot here, not give Mark Mooney a look at his shot rock. Sheet 2, that was probably meant to be maybe like a top 8 center. It's a little hot. But they are sitting 3. Lee Walker's hammer is coming up here. So he's talking with his vice. What do they want to do? I mean, they want to be shot at the end of this. So I agree with the vice. You want to come from this side. Vice is giving some tight ice, pointing out to Lee that, hey, you know, I have backing over here. As long as we're not wide. Why don't we play towards the backing? That's a pretty good call. So again, on sheet 1, Lee Walker, hammer. He's got an open lane. He's got a red rock behind tee. So I like this broom that they're giving to Lee. Maybe even a touch more broom, but I think his vice points is valid that, you know, if you're hot, if I give you a slightly narrower broom, then if you're hot, I can use shot rock as backing. Lee's rock is away. And run sheet 2, Mark Mooney might be trying for the port here. It does look like it's there. This would be a huge shot. Let's look at Lee's shot as it comes in. He's looking. He's not really saying anything either way. Should be a good thing, I guess. Oh, sweepers have to be on this. Sweepers have to be on this. Looks like it's going to be pretty good. Nice shot from Lee. Oh, good work. And Lee Walker throws a 4-point rock, essentially. Able to pick the pocket of another way of a steal attempt there. Over on sheet 2, Mark Mooney's rock is away. Look, it wasn't the line that they wanted. So they're just going to basically replace that guard with nose. Each team over on sheet 2 still has 1 rock. Nick and Barry are talking about what they want to do with theirs. Where do they think Mark is going to go after this? Same logic applies, you know. You want to make sure that you don't leave your opponent, don't open these guards up. Now, do we think that the port might be there right off the center line right now in sheet 2? Because from the hack side camera, it looks like it might be. But from the house side camera, it looks a little tight. What do Barry and Nick want to do here? They want to put in a second shot as a threat to Mark's hammer? Do they want to close that center port? The risk of trying to close that center port is moving either of those center line, the 4-foot guards. You really can't afford to do that. For sheet 1, we're getting early rocks. Getting our first rock, most likely a center tight guard. But yeah, sheet 2 is our action right now. Here in the 4th end, we're going to see a hammer. Or no, we're going to see yellow's 8 rock first, followed by the red hammer. Nick and Barry are still having a discussion here. You know, do we want to go for shot rock or do we want to close? It seems like they're at least leaning on the side of let's put another rock in. I like that decision. I'd probably give my opponent a look at the port here, especially if I can put another rock in. Kind of adds pressure to Mark. So what Barry wants to do here is he wants to sit at least half 8 foot, definitely top 8, not back 8. Well, back 8 really doesn't change anything. As long as, yeah, back 8 wouldn't change anything. Wouldn't be enough to sit on for shot anyway. The one thing Barry doesn't want to do here is give red the perfect rock for a double, but like, I wouldn't be super worried about that here. There's still be kind of a far double, and yeah, I don't know. A lot of options here, even if it's short. Nick's walking out immediately to help sweep this. All 4 members of the team are out there. Barry's sweeping on the slider. Oh, they've moved that center, but they didn't hurt it. They didn't drive it all the way off. So, Mark's options are limited here. What does he want to do? He might just draw, if you're looking at the house cam, he's probably going to draw from the right side and just try to cut this down. Although he doesn't have to cut it down because red's sitting second shot. As long as Mark doesn't accidentally bring a rock down and bump his 1 red rock in the house by accident, he's good. The only risk of trying to run one of those, to raise one of those far red guards, is that if that guard catches your red rock in the back, you're giving up 2 more points. I'm not sure if this broom is to draw inside out and just find some of the open white paint. If that was the case, I mean, I would expect Patty to bring his broom in a little bit, more towards center, because we expect some curl around that red guard. I mean, that would be my bet at the call, though. That's probably an inside-out draw, just to find a little bit of 8 foot. But no, they don't need to do that. So yeah, I mean, maybe this is the long raise. It's always funny curling when you're not sure. I mean, the longer you play, the more you have a pretty general sense of what the skips are going to do. I love shots like this where I'm not really sure. This looks like the raise. Yup all the way, is the call from Patty. Hard. Remember, they can't afford to jam. This looks pretty good. Oh, it's crossed. You can see from Patty's quick spin around. Well, you know, I mean, it's not a huge change. I mean, it was 1 yellow. It's not like you're going to give up 3. But you're going to add another yellow to that tally. So, after 4, Mark Mooney's team is, Barry Klein's team is up 4-2. Over on sheet 1, we've got a collection of guards starting to form. Both skips are going to try to come around. We've got a wreck. We're going to have a 5th guard. Guess what Don Baird's team is going to call. If you thought he's going to call top 4 around the center guards, you win a small prize. And that prize is the collection of empty polar seltzers that I've been drinking. I just got a text message from somebody. Let me take a look. No, that was Marianne's. Thank you, Marianne. Hello to Ed Klug if he's listening. He texted me earlier today. Always good to hear from Ed. So we had another draw attempt over on sheet 1. More of the same. Looks like it overcut, a little bit light. Found the guards. We're up to 6 guards now. Got a live look at John's fantasy team in football. We got both of the Cincinnati wide receivers, Boyd and Higgins. Looks like they're in the red zone. I hope one of them catches the touchdown pass. But I'm generally keeping my phone away. I'm focusing on this curling action. Got heavy sweeping here over on sheet 2. They've gotten it by the guard, making the guard a little tighter. Mark says that'll do. I can use that later. Whether or not that's true, that's always something nice when skips say. Makes you feel better. Again, you're only going to come out and throw around, 14, 16 stones on the day. Got to keep people's spirits up. I'm a firm believer that, there's only upside to positivity. Didn't mean that as a pun. So, accidental bump from Lee Walker's team, putting Don Baird into the rings. They were essentially the first ones to get in there after 7 stones. Don says, let's make a matching pair of these. Let me get a 12-foot full 12 on the opposite side. Common strategy in curling. The wider you can make your rocks, the more even in depth that you can make them, the harder you can make for your opponent to throw a really wide double. Plus, we don't have new stones here. The stones definitely predate me. I want to say our stones are probably 20 years old. Marianne might have an idea. She texts me. Just because she's in the know about all of our systems and procedures. Thank you, Marianne, for being our longtime league coordinator and membership chair, GNCC rep, and probably 3 other volunteer things I can't even think of. I'm pretty thrilled. I don't think I'm letting the cat out of the bag that one of our members made a very, very large, very generous donation towards the purchase of new stones here at Plainfield. So it's probably at least a year delay on getting those, but I am very excited. I've only had the opportunity to play with new stones, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 games total in my 11 and a half years of curling, so very excited about that. New stones are what we call lively. They have a thinner striking band, so with the same amount of force, they tend to spray apart further than dead stones. I wouldn't call our stones dead, but our stones certainly have seen a lot of life. Curling stones, of course, are made out of a very special type of granite. I think 3 different types of granite. There's a red, blue, and green hone. Comes from 2 different spots. One in Wales and one on the Elsa Craig Island off of Scotland. But yeah, I think there's pretty much just 2 companies that make the world's supply of curling stones. But yeah, special type of granite. I want to say it's the blue that is really resistant to absorbing water and therefore fracturing at all these impacts. And then the opposite is green, if I have those 2 not flipped. And that one is less likely to be worn down by the slow and steady friction of running over ice pebbles. When you condition a curling stone, you run it over a piece of 600 grit sandpaper. You make 4 to 6 passes, and that pretty much, at least from my understanding, from 2 or 3 ice makers, that makes you good for about 2-3 years to play, if you can believe it. Over on sheet 2, they were trying to come around. Rock dug, so they got widened out a bit. The overlap makes the potential tap-ups a little harder later. Let's put one in the house, though. Barrett's going to draw across the center line and try to get a rock into the house here on sheet 2. Over on sheet 1, it looks like Lee Walker is asking for a tap-up. One of his pile of yellows in the front here. Likely outcome is probably more yellow in the front. Unless it's coming in. If this gets by the lid. No, it's going to be more yellow in the front. That's always tough as a skip when, you call a bunch of come-arounds and everybody's a little light or a little narrow, and you look up and you're like, my rocks are in play, but I have hammer, my opponent's sitting 1, and I don't have anything in the house. So Lee's next 2 shots are either going to be tap-ups or draws. I guess he could elect to attack that 1 red rock. Don's going to try to make his worst for Lee, and again, match up another rock on the other side of the 12-foot. Over on sheet 2, it looks like Barry's draw under, crossing the center line, was partially successful. They did get into the house, their second shot, and they're kind of exposed, but it's also a rock that if Mark Mooney's rock hits one of his own reds and taps over the yellow, they might drive the yellow in for shot rock. Mark's yelling it has to curl, which means it might be what I was thinking. Oh, it's going to be just enough to tap. Those are pretty even. I want to say it's red sitting shot, but also red's wide open. Barry's probably going to take that rock out. That red rock that's in the house. He's tapping it now. It's got to go. It's the motion he gives with his broom. Over on sheet one, it looks like Lee Walker is going to try to tap up some of this giant yellow wall. They're a little offset, so you don't want to hit this rock too hard on sheet one, or you'll drive it outside of your two staggered red guards. But you do want to hit it enough that you're at least like full 12, maybe by to the 8 foot. It's very possible. Nick's rock is away on sheet two. Again, they're going to try to just nose hit this red. I guess if they roll under, they wouldn't mind it either. Really want to drive the red out. Nick's yelling off, off, off. No, now they're yelling hurry. Hurry, hurry. Oh, they might return the favor here with just a little kiss. Yep, they did. So both teams accidentally knocking their opponents up a bit into the house. Mark's going to look at his stones, and first he's probably mentally checking, like, am I worried about my shot rock right now? Or am I more worried about the red in the center, or the yellow in the center? I think he's more worried about the yellow in the center. He is. That is the threat. That is the threat for a low-weight tap-up later over on sheet two. So Mark is going to ask Patty Coburn to go ahead and remove that yellow stone, and he's hoping for a flop towards the broom side here. He'd love to get at least half buried so Barry can't return the favor with an open nose hit. Although that yellow rock's not really open from the right hack. I heard someone behind me say it's hanging and it has to curl. Oh no, we're going to see another return of a favor? I think we are. Is that enough to get it out? It is. All right. That will do very nicely. So they've got him now on sheet two. Red was able to bring the shooter in, and their result is a Christmas tree, as we call it. Christmas trees are nice for the team setting them up because they're harder to double out by the opposite side with their weird angles and their half cover on each other. Thank you, Marianne. I see that you sent an email out for the live streams. Appreciate it. Looks like John DeYoung did the same. Thanks, John. I heard a waits all there called on sheet two. I think sheet two is just trying to draw underneath the pile here. I heard a never. That rock is probably going to be counterswept by Mark Mooney, at least into the 12 foot. I think he might be able to get that all the way to the back biter. That's fine. So a little heavy there on sheet two. Oh, and thank you, Maria Eswine, for also listening to the streams out as a reply to that email. Mark Mooney now on sheet two is thinking, all right, I have hammer, I'm sitting two. I'm going to try to draw under, at least own the front here. He really wanted to be on, probably. I didn't see the call. That just adds to the Christmas tree, though. That's pretty good. So I think Barry's probably, is he going to, yeah, he's going to come through the center port, most likely here. Both skips on sheet two have seen the same line over and over. Nick's asking, do you want to come from the other side here, Barry? It is open. But again, on sheet two, both skips have seen the last, 8 or so rocks come down this line. And with only 8 shots per team, you tend to go with what you know. I should probably look at the YouTube commentary. I haven't looked in about 45 minutes. Hope I sound okay, everybody. Hope the volume on my voice is doing its job. Big shot from Barry here with his 7 yellow on sheet two. Trying to draw underneath. Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate it. I miss you, Jesse. I hope you're doing awesome. Barry with the draw here. It's going to be short. It is a tap-up possibility. Thank you, Marianne. Appreciate the confirmation on the voice. Mark's looking here, and Mark says, well, my opponent, it's going to be hard for Barry to draw down that same line again, and it's not the easiest promote either. I don't know that Barry would try that twice, especially with only one more rock. So with Mark realizing he doesn't necessarily have to worry about that, he's going to go ahead and hit and roll, I think, off of this yellow 12-foot rock. This could just be a straight draw. Mark loves to throw a hit and roll, though, and at least as a Monday night team, we collectively make these quite a bit. So I, of course, like this call. No one's surprised. Run sheet 1, it looks like we had a bunch of stuff bumped around. We still have that giant pile of guards. It looks like the outcome of sheet 1 was a steal of 2 by yellow. Take a look at Mark's hit and roll attempt here with the red 7. I'm hearing a yup hard on the sweep calls. Those sweepers are staying on this firmly. Just cut a little too far. But the upside of calling that as a hit is that, you know, you're not trying to throw a draw and accidentally sitting behind tee. Either give your opponent something to sit on to cut you down, or hit into and get their own roll. So I wouldn't say it had the most upside, but it had the least downside, which when you're sitting to with hammer in a fairly closed house with Christmas tree rocks is the priority. Don't give your opponent anything to work with. So Nick's probably going to advocate to draw in or take away this hit and roll, and I like that call. Over in sheet 1, we're seeing our first rock from Linda. Sweepers are on it. Great rock from Linda. Nice guard. Every time I've looked over with Linda's guards, they've been a pretty nice 2-3 guard, usually in the 4-foot. Barry and Nick are still thinking about this one. They're saying, you know, can we, I know these are Christmas trade, but, you know, what if we were able to get to this one here out behind tee, and even if we kind of nosed it, we'd be sitting second shot. And if we just hit it on the outside and roll out, well, we'd take a rock away. And if we actually get inside of it and roll in, we could be shot rock. A lot of upside there. I think if it's me, I'd probably call that shot, frankly. I'd be happy to hit either of those 2 reds, even though they're Christmas trade. I'd throw a bullet down that line and make sure I at least cut this down. I don't see yellow necessarily getting a point here, so my priority if I'm Barry right now would be making sure red doesn't have a chance to score 3. They're still looking everything over on sheet 2. I think they're still thinking about 3 different things. They're thinking about a hit when you're looking top down at the house. They're looking probably at a hit on the left side. They're looking at a very low percentage bump. I've seen Barry put his room in a couple times trying to bump that center line top 12. I wouldn't call that. And they're thinking about drawing in from this right side where Barry's room is now, or taking away the hit and roll and throwing it themselves on their own rock, just to make sure Mark can't do it twice. So we'll see what they call. I could see Mark being 50-50 here as to trying this shot again for the hit and roll, or just drawing open. I think the shot to take is from, well, I mean, any of these, you know, you play to your strengths. Whatever you think you throw the best, but yeah. Peanut Galleries. Looking forward to them making a final decision. These are untimed finals. Looks like they are electing for the hit and roll here to take it away Mark's chance to do twice. Again, my preferred shot here would be to attack either of the shot rocks on the other side. You probably wouldn't keep your shooter, but there's a possibility you could. That would be a great upside, but you could at least just take a rock off. And I mean, there's a pretty wide path to knock either of those reds out. They're not going to do that. But then again, if they make this shot, they are champions. It's just hard. I mean, we just watched Mark's rock flash on this line, so it could be that Barry and Nick noticed and made the correct adjustment. Oh, you think they're drawing, or you think that they're hitting? John DeYoung, would you rather throw at the two red rocks, or would you come this way, on this side? Okay. Looks like the upweight. No change. So Mark's options are two things. He can just naked draw, or he can try the in-off again. The line's pretty much the same as he just threw, so you can see what they like. I think Mark's also pointing out that if they do draw... Oh, that's true. He could just draw from this side. What do I like? Yeah, I kind of like drawing from this side, actually. You could draw from either side. You got backing both ways. And the closest yellow is like full 12, so if you drew to the red rock side, I mean, you could roll out. So yeah, I'm gonna come back to my original and just, yeah, the naked draws here is nice. And if he really wanted to do the hit and roll twice, he could, but he's not. He's gonna just naked draw. Just needs a bite of the 8-foot. He's gonna come back to his sweepers and say, you know, just need a bite of the 8, and back 8's just as good as top 8. Has to be there, that sort of thing. And if this thing digs way in, he does have that weird centerline yellow backer. I mean, it was curling that much when I was on this sheet in this direction, so that backer could be in play. Over on sheet 1, we've got a yellow stone from Lee Walker's team, currently sitting behind a growing pile of guards. Lee's going to elect to try to promote one of his yellows. I don't hate it. I'd probably draw around. I don't think I would move these guards if I'm Lee. But it is his hammer, so, you know, an open look is decent. Oh, no, it's not. It's not even his hammer. Mark's draw is good. Mark's going to, Team Mooney's going to take 3 there. Sheet 2. Go up by 1, 5-4. After 5 ends. Over here, Lee Walker's looking for a promote. They got it. Really nice throw. Great weight. Sitting behind cover. Great throw. Great resolve. What's Don like here? Is Don going to try to sit on that stone? Is he going to try to clear one of these guards? He's overlooking things. He might try to clear these guards. I like this. Still have a bunch of rocks left. I mean, why try to get too cute with perfect draws when you can just open up the center and see if your opponent, dare your opponent to put the guard back over on sheet 1. Kevin Polly's rock's going to be away here. Yes, we do have. That was a question for a different John. There's only like 5 Johns in the room. Oh, that's a great result over on sheet 1. They just cleared off 3 guards, and they took their shooter out of the way of shot rock. They did run one of Lee's rocks in. So short term, oh no, I put my opponent's rock in. But longer term, I'm basically saying you have to set this guard. You have to set a guard somewhere, and Lee's guard has to be perfect to block full center. That's what he's calling. We're on sheet 2. It looks like our opening guard drifted into the house, into the 8-foot. Again, we have Team Mooney over Team Climb by 1 after 5 ends. These are going to be 8 end games. Over on sheet 1, I think that's Lee Walker's. Oh no, I was going to say that's his sweep motion, but oh yeah, the rock is underway. This looks pretty nice for Lee. That's a great guard. Really nice. Well thrown. So let's see if Don elects to try to clear off the center again. He's walking up there like he's going to make that call. He's going to go for the promote, but he's going to tell his shooter, you know, if you just move the guard, that's fine too. So John Wiedemann's going to line up here on sheet 1 with the red 5 rock. What are you looking for? A pen? Oh, yeah. That's all children's toys and cards. I don't know what this one is. It might be more kid stuff. I wonder if we could even put some of these in there. That might be useful. I love this toolbox from John DeYoung. Oh, over on sheet 1. They did get the clear. There might be some disappointment that they didn't actually get a run back, but again, I think the clear is more important. Because if you go for the run back, you're going to leave the shooter guard. And Don needs to have Don's hammer here in sheet 1. He needs to make sure he has a clear path, at least on some of these yellow rocks in the house. So again, I like the outcome, even though they didn't get the run back. Over on sheet 2, we've got a single guard. It looks like they cleared out the rock that had drifted in a couple rocks ago. Barry's asking Susan to draw around that center guard. Lee Walker is almost undoubtedly asking for another guard to replace the one that John Wiedemann just removed. Sweepers are on it. Oh, they want to get this over. Are they going to be able to? It doesn't look like it. Oh, that's a tough hog. Hey, Bob, if you want to be funny, can you reach... Oh, no, I don't have it on me. Never mind. No, I was going to make a joke about this. I'll show you. Oh. It's always nice. We've got a couple little, yeah. We've got a couple little whiteboards that you can draw on and show to the folks on the glass. So, brief detour there for an inside joke. Probably won't go into it here, but if I keep talking, I probably will. Apologies. Lee Walker is again looking to set that guard. His house is looking pretty nice for a steal over on sheet 1 for this whole end here. Don Baird's team has been clearing the guards. Can the sweepers get this one over? They do. Over and off. Off if you're the sweepers. Get it off. Off. All right. So Don Baird is going to have a look at this shot rock. I think they have to go for it now. Nose is fine. Flop to either side is fine as long as you flop far enough under either of those red guards on sheet 1. Over on sheet 2, we're getting a wall of guards. I think both skips are going to start trying to draw under. And it looks like Mooney's team has drawn to the wall side. And again, from playing over there, that particular line doesn't come back with that kind of weight. Now, really interesting thing to observe there, Mark Mooney was sweeping his own stone, his own team's stone, all the way to the back. The thought process there is that you don't want to give your opponent something to hit and roll behind that they can like roll into the 4-foot. So by dragging it all the way back there, you've made it less valuable as a target. Now, Barry could still elect to come down, nose it out, because it's the only rock there. He could also opt to go ahead and freeze. He could draw down that side and know that if he's heavy, it's still some functional backing. But it is pretty wide out there, so you probably wouldn't draw towards that rock. Barry's electing to draw from the other side, because he does have the guard at the extreme of that side that he's drawing down. So if this was super narrow, same weight would potentially let him bounce one into the house. That's what we're going to see. That's what we're going to see. Good call by Barry. That's why you come that way. Big rock from Don Barrett on sheet 1. This is red 7. This is, I think, the first time that his team's had an open look that Lee was not able to perfectly set those center guards, but he's done a great job with his team so far. Don did push that straight a bit on the release, but given how this line's working, I can't necessarily say that's not going to work out. And it's by the guard. That's the great. That looks really nice from Don on sheet 1. And I can hear the excitement in the crowd. Good shot. Yeah, you can see some, you can hear behind me some applause for that shot. Now Lee Walker's going to have the same ability to respond. Now his vice is taking less ice than Don's actual release point. But it could be that Lee also is planning to throw a little bit more weight than Don had thrown. Big shot for Lee Walker on sheet 1. He's done a great job on this setting up his end. His team failed to set one important guard, gave Don one look at it. Don was able to throw it well, but Lee can spin this back around. Lee makes a shot and he rolls. It's going to be a tough draw for Don here. Lee Walker's rock is away. It was a little bit outside center line, and I think it's faster than Don's. I think they're going to crash that high guard just in the top left of your screen on sheet 1. If it gets by, it'll be nice. I think it's going to crash, though. Yeah, it did crash. So his vice was smart to take less ice there. Lee did throw more weight on his standard takeout. Just happened to catch that guard. Don's just going to draw down to his rock. He can use it as backing. He can split off his rock. He can decelerate some stuff with it. Yeah, he just wants to make sure that this rock is full 8. We're going to have a really cool looking shot on sheet 2, but let's see how Don's rock on sheet 1. We got the hammer on sheet 1. We got the open port. Don has just made that takeout prior. Currently it's tied after 6. This hammer may give Don's team one more. Oh, that really drifted out. I wonder if that sure looks like it picked. Yeah, that picked. All right, so we have a tie game after 6 ends here in sheet 1. We got a really interesting rock coming in from Mark Mooney. It's like a red, yellow, red pile loaded gun. You hit it anywhere, you spray it in perfectly. Well read. It's it's not even hot. I was gonna call it hot, but the weight's really nice too. That's a ring a bell shot. That's that deep understanding of all the weird preloaded angles. I'm probably gonna maybe keep commentating. Maybe I'll do the start of the 7th end, but I gotta jump off and start stretching for my final. After this, I think I'm on sheet 2. I am playing for Team Willman. We will be facing Team Angeli. So we're setting up a fresh house from Bev Wiedemann with the first rock away on sheet 1. Over on sheet 2, as a reminder, Mark Mooney's team just made a crazy 3-rock loaded gun drag effect rock that sat just above tee, behind cover. Really nice. I heard some loud hurries. Okay. Nick's able to remove 2 of the red guards on that side. Might be an open lane. Not really sure. Joe, just to recap, we got a tie ball game over here on sheet 1. Mark Mooney on sheet 2 made a really cool preloaded weird drag effect triple rock gun to put this rock here above tee. Yeah. And Nick was able to just clear 2 red guards off of this line with that rock there on the right. So whose hammer is this here in the 6th end on sheet 2? I guess that's a yellow hammer. Mooney's set up to steal. If I'm Mark, I'm probably thinking, I don't want to move any of these guards. They're all doing a good job for me. And I don't know. He might elect to draw inside out. away from the wall. He probably just wants to, I mean, yeah. Yeah. That's what he's going for, Joe. So wall side, get around the high guard. No, he is. Yeah, he's. I mean, I kind of understand this. He's worried. He's super worried about the highest, moving the highest guard on the right side. That's the thing protecting a shot rock right now. So I guess he's gonna play a. Is this a promote? Do you think, Joe, or do you think that this is just another guard? I think this is just a guard. Yeah, the peanut gallery right now is discussing whether or not they're happy with any of these guards being moved, and I think they're in the camp with me of let's not touch any of this. You think this is a promote or a split? A split just to like get behind it, to put like another red in front of your shot rock, essentially. Oh, he might be doing a run back. That was also mentioned. I mean, a run back would be a crazy dagger. I don't know. That's like a 6-foot run back, but it does. What do we got here? That's nice. Oh, that's perfect. They would have liked to leave that a little higher, but it sits above tee. They would have loved to leave that above shot rock, just as added protection. But they do give Barry the chance to promote their yellow now over on sheet 2. So Barry and Nick are setting up a double, an inside double on that new red rock that showed up. I just don't know that you can get weight to come around there. Oh, I see what they're doing. They're going to come down the 4-foot path, inside out, and they're going to try the double this way on those 2 red rocks. This could work. I don't really see, since shot rock would be the second one contacted, I don't see shot rock, even if you do get this, like, if you get a double hit on both of the reds here, I don't see the shot rock being pushed that far out of the rings. Like, I could see it being bumped to, like, I don't know, the opposite side of button. Big weight, though. I mean, that's what you need if you want to make sure you also move the second rock after contact if you make this. But okay, it gets the guard. But an okay outcome for Team Klein, because it forces Mark Mooney's team to use their 8th and final stone of the end to set a perfect guard on shot rock. Mark's trying to decide what's the good depth here that I want to put it on. Mark's also saying to Patty, what if I just come down and freeze on the inside of this? You could certainly do that. Then you'd be sitting 3. Barry couldn't get all your rocks out. You'd force Barry, too, to make sure that he hits the button side inside of the expected hit that we'd probably see that would follow this rock. I mean, really anything that's blocking up the right 4-foot from the top-down camera of the house here on sheet 2, anything that's blocking up that side of 4-foot is good. There's varying levels of good. And Mark's thinking if I draw down to it and I force Barry to miss, I'm going up 4 with only 2 ends left, and that's a lot of pressure. So I can see this just being a pressure rock. But again, I mean, anything in this path, any red rock that ends in the 4-foot path anywhere is nice. Over in sheet 1, Don's calling for a hit on the open yellow at the top of the house there. All the way, I'm hearing, on sheet 2. Looks pretty nice. I like that. I mean, you're giving Barry a look at shot rock, for sure. Barry's got to make sure he sticks around with his weight and his line. Very doable. Over on sheet 1, I think John Wiedemann was asked to throw a takeout on the yellow that had been sitting at the top of the house. And by its replacement with a red rock, now that I look over there, looks like John was successful. And he landed nose too, which is really nice. So just plug up that center. Yellow's going to try to return the favor here. Yellow would probably like to roll in a little bit instead of leaving a nose, but they're going to get exactly nose. Still a good outcome for possibly running that, bumping that yellow rock up in the future. Let's see what Don thinks here. I mean, these progressive nose hits have now put the rocks well out of the house. Don says, you know what, it's still a tap risk. I'm going to remove it again over on sheet 1. Over on sheet 2, Barry and Nick are making their calculations for what has to be at least a hit or at least like an upweight draw. We've got another hit over on sheet 1, as asked. Change the angle a little bit, but a very effective shot. Congratulations to Dean Roth. He was out there at the Pan-Continental Curling Championship, helping out with Team Kenya. Team Kenya was able to send its founding 2 members out to Plainfield Curling Club last season, and they our only available ice time was after 11 o'clock at night. But they were out here most nights, learning how to curl fresh from the start. They're both athletes, and they took that knowledge. They went back to Kenya, and they've added dozens of new curlers out in Kenya. Barry's rock over here on sheet 2. Oh, great shot. Really nice. Goes ahead, sits button after contact. So we've got a tie ball game in both of these. Over on sheet 2, after 6 ends. Tie game. Going to be Mark Moody's hammer, and I'm going to have to start standing up soon. Don Baird heading down to throw his 7 red rocks soon. I think I'm going to take the opportunity here to jump off, get a little bit of fresh air, a little steamy over here in my audio-video corner. I want to wish you all a good rest of the afternoon as we get geared up for my final. Scheduled for 2:30. It's probably going to go down around 3 if I had to guess. But we've got 2 really good final games here for the D event and the B event. D over on sheet 2, B over on sheet 1. So I'm going to try to follow along with those on my phone or in person, looking out at the glass. And thanks for tuning in. Please enjoy the rest of these games, and please enjoy our resulting second set of finals after this. Good curling, everyone.